That's not what I wanted. Come on now. Wrong fucking tab, dude. Okay, yep, it's switched to the correct tab. Cool. Well, hello everybody. Last time we did everything for View Song, that user story. Took a bit, but I mean we got it right. And I started working on the localization user story, but halfway through making that today, I just realized, what the fuck am I doing? This is not. This application isn't meant to be any other language. Why the fuck am I doing this? So I just made it a bone tab, and we're just gonna go into the next sprint. As you can see, this is for one user story. This is every single thing I want to do for one user story, which is staff creation. So we're just gonna start with it. Kind of see how far we get. I already have revamped a lot of my code. Like, the entirety of the menu class is now completely different. Well, not entirely different, but you get what I'm getting at, right? Like, why is this open? Okay, so basically what I changed, the biggest part, honestly, is I turned the menu option array into a list, because I feel like every time I seem to need to add something, right? So it's better if you just initialize it once and then turn it into an array later, which is what this option array is. And yeah, I also changed the menu option for that reason to be a func string for the prompt rather than just a string, because some of these are based on state, and therefore the execution has to be delayed if I were to just initialize it once, right? And yeah. For the rest, it's practically the same here, but also I changed the page menu to be an abstract class that has an abstract void select, name getter, and a create page. This is just a constructor. So that this can work for any type. Because in this user story, I really want to start working on, like, you know, having this type of menu appear multiple times. Because I want to do it for, like, an enum, or, like, even a datetime, I would argue, is a pretty good idea. Right? That each one takes you back to the earlier menu, and then you fill that in. It's like a daytime, like, fill in type of thing, right? I think that'd be interesting. How many fucking menus do we already have, dude? It's ridiculous. So let's just get started on the data models as usual. So I'm just going to close all these. Don't think they're useful to me at all. Just close all of them. Even presentation. The presentation is already closed. There we go. Only thing we're going to need to do is go into data models. Yeah, close all these tabs as well. I think the only thing I need open, honestly, is task and whatever else I'm gonna add, right? So we're gonna add a role.cs file, which is gonna be a namespace data models, I guess. Still don't know if I'm doing namespaces correctly, but who cares? Public enum role, which is gonna have user and admin and staff. let's make this a flagged enum. Right, because I think that's what it is. Genre. Oh, this is what flags. That's what it is. So, as usual, we're gonna need a file header. This is going to be represents the role of the user in this application. The basic role applies to any new users. The admin role is with this role have access to everything in the application. There we go. Category enum for all roles that fall under staff. Now again I have to do none equals 0. The default role. Yep. Then staff equals admin for now. So later on, if we have more, we can use the bitwise OR to combine it. But for now, that's all we have. Hey, Vasco. Okay, so all right, we have this. Right, we've got all those. So now we're going to update the user model, which is right here. I'm blind. Okay. I guess update it to be like the right after. Where would it show up? I guess it would be like right after here. Sure. Roll. Although I don't think I have to do it in the constructor because this is only for inserting. So I guess we just need to just make after salt here. Do a public roll get private set field equals car dot define enum role value, but we can't do that, so well, I mean you can do long or ulong. again now, because this would return f. So for now, we're gonna keep this as just a private set. This would just gets the role of the user. So that's that. Say it like this: the role equals role.user. If you create it, it's just automatically the role.user, and then you can set it to whatever you need it to be. So, I mean, if you do like a set to a specific one, yeah, I mean you could, but I don't know, pointless to do so. I mean, I would normally, yeah, I don't know, I've been really indecisive on whether or not I want my sets to be private or not. Because I mean, at the same time, if you have to make a method just to make it public, then why don't you just make it public? So, yeah, I don't know. For now, I just say get set. Obviously, I would normally just add validation to every set because that's just wise thinking anyway. Have like the is-defined enum thing, but then like returns the enum instead of the numeric value. Does that work? I suppose so. Yeah, and this would normally set it to the user anyway. So that's that done. We added that. It's pretty simple. Now we have to update the user table, which is going to be in, well, I guess user access would have to do that. So close data models. Might as well push this as well. Added role enum as a property to user. There we go, simple enough. Next, we're going to find the next thing, which is user access. Where do we have it? Here, so after salt, we're gonna say role integer, not null. Pretty simple stuff. Yeah, and then I guess I have to do .NET run to actually make it do it, because otherwise it won't create it. So we'll just do this cd project .NET run. Gotta load, and there we go. Just do this, confirm, boom. Now we're in here. Even search for this, log out, and exit program. Should have added it. Or, well, I guess I wanted to have because I didn't, yeah. I would have to update the user thing myself, actually, because it's already created, so it wouldn't update it by itself. So I need to just, is there, no, I probably just have to add it. Well, no, I can just go into the schema and I can just click on this, edit table schema. And then say role integer not null. Although I'm going to leave out null for now because everything is going to be null. So just commit that first so that I can then go and close the schema. I can now give every single person a role, which is going to be yeah, then do like, oh yeah, it's Control Enter. There we go. So now they all have the same one, so I can go back into the schema, and I can then, in the table schema, make this not null. You can update that with a commit. So, yep. So roll integer not null has been added. Let's go to user logic now, because that's all that was. Yeah, added role property to user table. Boom. And then we have our last few tasks here, because now it's user logic. So let's go down to user logic. Logic is going to be right here. Okay, so we have his new username and whatnot. Boldies. We're gonna have to add a simple check, really. So public static bool is staff member user and we can say user.role and bitwise and staff is equal to 0. So that would mean I have to do, or is not equal to 0, because if it is equal to 0, then that means there was nothing found in the combination. So yeah, so this staff member, so literally that's all it is. Checks if the user is a staff member. The user to check returns true if the user is a staff member. False otherwise. Throat's killing me today. Simple enough. Input result string is valid password. Yeah. I did this already, off stream. I basically just said for is valid password, I entered 8 now, which, to be fair, you know, you could also just do differently, but yeah. One thing I changed here as well is I changed my is valid password validation to have a bunch of steps rather than being one simple regex pattern, because I feel like with regex you can't really explain what you did wrong. You know you did something wrong, but not exactly what. Alright, so cool that we got that. Yeah, so we did all that stuff already, so push that, I guess. I don't know. I have to get better at pushing shit anyway, so added is staff member method in user logic. Yeah, simple enough, I guess. And then we can see what to do next. Alright, here comes the hard part. So switch options based on role value on user property. I think this is truly the only place you would have to do this in the main menu, right? And for all other scenarios, you don't need to do this, but yeah. So let me close these tabs. Let's see. So in main menu, we would normally only have one at the moment, right? Options now needs to be switched. Okay, in theory, you would have like a base options, right? Say like make it a private. No. It wouldn't be that, it would be a property for sure. And then you can just extend that property that you have, right? So simply so we'll have a private list menu option, base options. This one anyone can have, so therefore it's going to be in base options, and this is going to be this.user.role switch it did like an accidental automatic one. Okay. So okay. There's a few scenarios. I mean, I guess if it's okay, so if it's role.user, it would just be base options. I would say this.base options. So, okay, if we have a role.admin, yeah, so then we would have some extra things, right? That's the gist. An option for admin role, manage staff role, starts a new menu. So dot append new menu option, manage staff roles. I'll have like a this dot manage staff or something like that. Manage staff. This would most likely just say this dot next. Move to next. New. What was it exactly? The new menu is staff menu. So staff menu. Right, and just do new staff menu. That's all that does. So that's pretty simple. Then yeah, so let me just do new staff menu. Oh yeah, this it cannot convert it, so yeah, that's the annoying part though. The annoying part is that I need to append it with something else, but also return that value. Appending is pointless. Adding is the best. It's best, I guess, to do like a multi-line thing, maybe. So like, then return. Maybe return this.base options. Okay, well no, I think I would need to make some type of like private method for this. So like, say maybe like private list menu option extend given params I guess just like a list of menu options. That would be, yeah, we make a copy of it, right? Options equals this dot base options dot copy to dot. Yeah, I guess. This dot base options. I guess menu options. Right? Then we can say options. We can say menu options dot add, or rather, menu options dot add range options, and return menu options. So this is also kind of more like a list utils thing, but whatever. So I do dot extend. Let's just do params, right? And then I can say this without a problem. Right? This dot extend. Let's go throw new argument. Argument exception. No role options found. Followed by name of user.role. Is that user.role? Yep. Yeah, because it's just a name, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So that should in theory work if you were to have the right thing, but we also need to make a staff menu. So staff menu.cs namespace presentation public class staff menu, here it's from menu, implement abstract class. Don't know about these yet. So how would I document this? The staff menu UI. Gets a of options for the staff menu. And then gets the header for the staff menu. Sure, that works. I'll take it. Okay, now I do need these to just be empty though. The menu name is staff menu, and we'll have and stack is true, and that's fine. Yeah. And then yeah, that's it. And make sure that this is that followed by this. Okay, format it correctly. Which means that main menu now works. Supposedly. I'm gonna have to make one of these accounts an admin though, because otherwise I can't test this. So I'm gonna make my own account again. Just do like admin. Or how about admin 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I think it doesn't save because I forgot to do that in when I was like doing other shit. Yeah, it's the same problem. Basically, this has to return this like this. This needs to be that. This right here is going to need to be what this is, which means I'm going to need to do that, but this needs to be like that. These two need to be gone. This needs to be tabbed twice. This doesn't need a space. And now it should work, because I was using a closure before that I put into a variable, and therefore it never updates. So you're in this permanent loop of it not updating. But yeah, let's say just admin 1, 2, 3, 4 exclamation mark. Admin 1, 2, 3, 4 exclamation mark. Not null constraint fail. Oh yeah, of course, because if you're adding stuff like this, we would normally not be sending anything. Well, then again, like, why would that happen? Because I did set user.role. Alright, that's a bit weird. Right get set, and then in the constructor, I say this not role because role.user. So I think it's because I'm not setting it. So you have to provide it. and then make sure that you have the param explained, the role of the user, which means that in register menu, doesn't have to do role.user. Try it again. Oh wait, no, I know why it was. It's not even because of this, but it's either way, it's a better idea to do this anyway. No, I know exactly why it was. It's because of the queries themselves. So if I go to user access, I forgot to add a role. Say role for this. There we go. Simple enough. So temp number 3. Type that, okay. Right, and then you can manipulate what that is. But I should be doing that without that run, because otherwise it doesn't save, obviously. So again, this. Oh, come on. There we go. Right? It's in there now. And what I can do is I can go here, the admin, change this to 2, save, run it again, log into that account, and then I can do it. Okay, do I have load times of them? Well, not that many. I'll close Discord. Keep doing that, man. Stop typing. Okay, wait. Add main 1, 2, 3, 4 exclamation mark. There we go. So you see now you can go to manage staff roles. I'm just going to throw a non-implemented exception. So that works. Cool. We got that sorted. I guess instead of manage staff roles, I would probably want to call it manage staff. It's probably a smart idea. Just call it manage staff. There we go. Okay, so that means we've switched options and we've added an option. And we'll start a new menu. This we've already done. We've already changed it to abstract. This is abstract. Create menu. Yeah, I've made the viewable menu already. Staff menu. Okay, so add create staff member. So we're gonna add a. Where the fuck did that come from? I guess I should say assert or not assert. Arguments x. I should just say if this dot user dot role. Okay, wait, hold on. If this dot user is null, not null, and is null or using data models. details even coming from? Why would I need this? Where's that? Oh, menu option. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. This is equal to role dot, or not equal. Throw new arguments. Is it argument value exceptions or argument exception? Access denied to user if no admin role. Name of is that user. Sure. Just as a bit of a safety check, right? I mean, it's a logical thing for you to do for safety. Now, what is the thing we need to add? Add a create staff member. New menu option. Create staff member, which should be a function, and the action is going to be this.create staff member, I guess. And down here, we're just going to say private void create staff member. There we go. This compiles. So we're making it places. Guess I should kind of be marking these down as I go. Yeah, on the actual repository. Done most of these already. Yeah, so now we're getting through the presentation layer. Yeah, because it's already a presentation layer. I'm telling you, man, like once you get through all these like smaller steps that are like all the setup material, this project is going to be so easy to expand, like so incredibly easy, like wonderfully easy. This dot create staff member. Yeah. Now what is create staff member going to do is the question. The header, I still don't know what the header is meant to be. Admin dashboard. Love it. Staff dashboard. Yeah, I mean admin is basically the only one. Let's just do a staff dashboard. I like that. So yeah, manage staff. This is what they called it, I guess. Manage staff. Just call that, sure. Now what is manage staff going to do? It calls a new menu, and the new menu is staff register menu. So that would be this dot move to next new start menu, right? That's gonna be the new staff register menu, which means we need a new menu, staff register menu .cs, namespace, presentation, public class, staff register menu, which inherits from register menu. Public staff register menu with base. the idea is that this is gonna inherit some stuff from here, which means I'm gonna have to look at this, see what I wanna. Yeah, username and password, that's already there. Don't need to extend that or anything. Confirm is here. I just need to insert it before confirm, basically. So that's fine. Can easily do that. Registration. Data. That's a better one. So these are already doing what they need. You don't need to do anything here. It's practically the same. Confirm action, in this case, needs to be extended. Or rather, not confirm action, but this bool, not film. So we're going to have a protected virtual. I'm going to have a protected virtual bool fields filled, which for now, for this one, is going to be this dot username not equal to NA, and this dot password is not equal to NA. And then, yeah, the other one can just extend this. So now instead of if not filled, I'm going to say if not fields filled. Make sure it says this dot fields filled. All fields. This field for all fields are continuing. You can also say I only add the thing if everything's been filled in, which would mean I don't have to insert it, because I can just say the confirm just doesn't exist until everything's been filled in. I mean, I guess you could do that. So say like that would just require some extra get logic, I guess, because like you would just have to determine if that boolean is true, and if that boolean is true, yeah, maybe. That like the fields filled have to be that you basically just compare that, and then based on that you insert something. But that has to be done in the options getter, right? That has to be done inside of here. So you would have to make this a special get that spans multiple lines, or just make like a private setter. Could also work. Like I can just say private options setter. Make sure this is void, or not void, list menu option. And then I can say list menu option list equals this list right here. Let me just make sure this is a thing. Tab it. So we've got this, and then say if or return fields filled question mark this dot fields filled question mark. If so, list dot normal, and then it's going to be. I just need to make this like into like a I right now have like it as an array utils, but I mean I think the utils file there can probably do with a bit of a different way of handling it. So utilities, collection utils might be more fitting here, but maybe I'll do something with this in the future. So let's just do a list utils. Why not? .cs namespace logic .utilities public static class list utils, and then you can say public static list type t extend, which will take this list t of type t, which means I guess, yeah, no, considering it's a, well, I mean, if you do this, then again, you can do that and say this list t values, and then a list t new values, which then what we can do is we can say values.add range new values return values. Or we'll say we want to make a new object, obviously. List t new list equals list t, and then do new, and then I can say new list but add range. Okay, first say new list dot add range values. Apparently this can be simplified. In what way though? Apparently if you do dot values dot new values, that gives you it as well. And then return new list. Okay then. For handling list operations, then I'll do list t or t list t operations. The type of the lists elements, and then we'll say extends a given list t with another list t and returns the that. Then the original, let me just rename this to list. That's not how you spell list. The new list to the original list, and then returns a new list t object for the original and new list. So basically, return this. It needs to be like this. This is impossible, right? So you're supposed to just do like that. Best that I can make it for you. And this can be generic. Yeah, guessed it. There we go. So what you can do is you can say list.extend, given an array of something, which would be if their fields are filled, it would be this. New menu option. Otherwise a list. Yeah, okay, that works. Apparently that's perfectly fine. I mean, yeah, and then you can say options setter here. Just make sure it's this on option setter. And then, there we go. Determines if all fields have been filled in, can be extended by overriding. Boolean determining if a field has been filled in can be extended by overriding. It's a value indicating whether, okay. Indicating whether all fields gets a value. Yeah, that's good spelling on my part. Very good spelling on my part. Oh boy. So yeah, there we go. Right? Now, yeah, it's not, yeah, okay, fair enough. So I can say protected, override, fields filled, base not fields filled, and let's do like some private. What was the field name that I had to include? It's in the tasks. Role. Ah yes, private role. Role. Yeah, there we go. And you can also make them nullable, and instead of setting them to NA, you would just convert them if they ended up being null to NA, right? Because then everything, if they're the default value, they're going to be converted to NA as a string. It's probably a way smarter way to do this. Not equal to default, and this is not equal to default, and then make sure that these aren't initialized. Not going to cause this to, yep, so I need to say string, and also string, which means If it's null, you want it to be NA, otherwise you want it to be something else. NA, otherwise this, and then it will work. You just have to be smart about it. This, not username, this not password, yeah. I do exclamation mark, it's gonna say that instead. No? What argument null exception? Throw if null, this dot username. Because that should not be the case. What? Here we go. That should not be the case at all. So yeah. The staff UI. Make sure that the base also has a protected register menu. It takes in a string menu name, which has base menu name. Protected because it would only happen if you were to inherit from it. Param name, the name of the menu. Which is going to be staff registration menu. Just do an inherit dog, honestly. Okay, that means we've done this now. Missing XML, yeah, sure. And then I can say override dot extend so say new main menu. What am I doing? Yeah, menu option. Am I trying to write for the prompt? What is this? Role. Which is going to be a role. Is this the role? Wait, wrong syntax. This dot roll. Get a roll. Just simple to the point. Private, get void, get roll, which is just going to call another menu. This one's going to be a bit more special. Because, yeah, so this calls a new menu, manage staff, yeah. Oh yeah, header should be changed. Override header to staff creation. Add a role option, void role, calls new menu, enum role menu. So this done, move to next. Oh yeah, and then maybe in register menu I should also, because here normally it does capture it, it seems. So that would mean I can just go back with the setter and it should be fine, right? So yeah, it's options for the staff registration menu. Gets the header for the staff registration menu. Cool. And then how are we going to do move to next? We're going to do a new enum menu genre and then some other shit, but let's do an enum menu.cs. There's a whole lot of menus. That's the point. Namespace presentation, public class, enum menu t, inheriting from page menu t, where t is a struct or enum, public enum menu, base. Okay, so we're going to have a T array of objects, a string prefix, base object prefix, but also an action T setter, right? Action T enum setter. Maybe I should just change it to T enum so it makes sense. Right, okay. And then we're gonna have a private action T enum action. And then we can say this dot action equals center. So that makes me actually want to call it center. Okay. Simple enough. Then we're gonna have to say override for a couple things. Put in an abstract class. Okay, so create page is just creating a new enum menu object. So just return new enum menu tenum given objects prefix and page. Now to do that, we're gonna have to make a private enum menu which takes an enum array of objects, string prefix, and action tenum setter, and also an int page. So it'd be this.setter and page. Yeah, and then just make sure that this will not necessarily activate anything. We're just call the base objects, prefix, and page. And then this.setter equals setter. Same thing. So yeah, getting the name of the object, that's just object.string, I guess. Actually, technically it wouldn't be, because there's some type of toString that that you would have to know, which would mean that you would also have to pass that as a thing, as a parameter. It's a whole lot of shit you have. A whole shit you would have to actually pass in now. And then select. This is where it gets interesting. Select will set the selected value with the given setter. So the only thing you actually need to do here is just say setter object, and then make sure you say this.setter object, and then all this should be documented. So create a new instance creates of the tenum instance. For the rest, just do inherit doc. It's easier. Don't really give a shit about the returns. Gets the name of the given enum, the enum value to convert into a string. The object returns the name of the given enum value. Okay, then we're going to select it. Sets an enum value to earlier provided setter using an earlier provided setter. Set the value, set the property to so this would be initializing this, the objects, the enum values, the show to display the prefix to add to the page header. The setter, use the set property to an enum value. And then of course also we gotta do this, and then presents a page menu with enum values to choose out of. The type of the enum. Cool. So now we gotta actually pass in some stuff. So genre array, I guess enum.getValues, genre, no fucking clue. String prefix. So prefix. What type of prefix would I even put in? Genres. And the setter would be G. Or well, no, this isn't going to be genre. This is going to be role, and then we're going to say enum get values role. R is the role equals R. Not sure if what I'm doing is correct, but it seems correct, so. Okay, add file header. Okay, I think that compiles. Okay, login. Has to be the right size. Yep. Manage staff. Admin role. Did I not give an admin role to him? Let me check roles and see what the actual numeric value is of 1 bit shift bit shift 0 equals 1 bit shift 1. My apologies for that. Now it should work. What? Okay, so why is this failing? 1 bit shift 1. This will always be 1. This will always be 2, right? Okay, then it has to do something with the actual menu itself, just the staff menu. User shouldn't be null. Console.writeLine is that user. Console.writeLine is the user.role. Because then I can see what's going on here. over null. Okay, why is user null in this case? That's not meant to happen. Was it not set? Because move to next is meant to set it. Unless that somehow got removed. I don't know how that would be possible. Or I guess it's because it's still being done in the constructor. I think that's the reason. Because it shouldn't be done in the constructor. But afterwards. This shit should be done later when yeah. It is correct, it's just right now I can't compare. I think it's more of a main menu thing. But I mean, again, you're just checking for admin anyway, so there's no point to doing that. But yeah, now I got rid of that, I should be able to run it. It's just because you can't do it in the constructor. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? That's alright, so ADMI 1, 2, 4 exclamation. There, Jesus. Okay. Staff dashboard, see that works, and you can go to create staff member. Oh, it didn't do it for a username, I guess. A registration. Yeah, see. Yeah, so I'm registering manually. Let me check here. You can also do string.empty. Which would also be easier. Because then I can say if it's null, because then all I would have to do is I would just say null question mark. So it is null. Just do that. Remove the brackets because they're useless. No, it's like if it's null, keep it that way. No, it'd be the opposite, right? That's the problem. You would still have to do this. Only difference is that you remove this, basically. Well, no, you can't use a get because a get wouldn't work. So I kind of have to do this. Although you can make like a more specific method that checks if it's null, sets it to the default, otherwise do the normal one, or whatever you specified. Could make it simpler. Could, yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna check how long that was. Staff and staff. Okay, that one doesn't make sense. Why does it show staff twice? If I say 1, for example, and you go back, the idea is that in the enum thing that it's supposed to set the thing and then force you to return. That's the gist. So in staff menu, or was staff register menu? Oh, I guess, yeah, because it's user. Yeah, that's why. Because none is user. Yeah. So the thing has to be filtering the default. In general, I should have some type of genre thing for that. Also, should be wrapped in some type of wrapper. Because each one would have a specific thing that you could use, you know. Which would be better than a utils file, in my opinion. Because that works for any type. Now, yeah, the only thing I have to do is force you to return afterwards, because right now all it does is in enum menu you set it and you don't return. I want you to do this, not return. So basically what this is going to do is it's going to do right, you have this. Create staff member, role. God, I don't know why there's. Right, and then if you put this, you do user, and none, staff. Don't know why there's 2 of them that are called staff. That shouldn't be okay. Oh wait, no, I know why. It's because I can't decide on what it is. I currently have staff as equal to admin, and therefore it's gonna intertwine, but. Normally, if we have more, you would actually see the ones. And besides, I just need some type of method to like filter that out, which I think might be in the utils. Because I have a genre utils file, right? I don't think there should be a genre utils. I think it should just be like a wrapper thing. So that'd be in like DTO, I guess. In data transfer objects. Because, yeah, you're wrapping something. Well, it's more abstraction in that case. It's more just you're abstracting something. So, data abstraction. Maybe an interface. And that's like an enum wrapper. So, it works for any enum wrapper. So let's have an enum wrapper.cs, which is going to be namespace data.data abstraction, and we're going to have a public interface enum wrapper, which is going to have a public. Let me pull up what I had before. Close some of these things because I don't need them. Okay, let me open my genre utils, which has basically a get name and a try parse. Right? Because I enum wrapper T, where T is struct or enum, and enum, I guess, which would mean public T try parse string name out T value. There's also going to be a public T, a public string get name given a T value. And I guess also a property with, well, that would be more like an inside thing that it would do. Yeah. I could also just say it's an I could also say this is an abstract class. Public abstract. But this is more of a contract though, because it's not doing anything. But that way you can at least state that it needs to have protected. Then again, you can just do protected. So, right, you can say like protected. What was it? It was T enum string name array, something like that, of enum values, which, well, that should be, I think this one should be implemented. The other two are more just that they need to be there, but I know the exact implementation of them. So I think an abstract class is better. So that this is abstract, because these are always going to be the same. Always. It's going to be enum values dot to dictionary. We'll say name v dot name, that's the, and then v dot enum dot try parse, I guess, try get value given a name. We'll say value equals value, maybe, and then say, if I return this then, right? Because this is a super long thing to define, so therefore an abstract class is better, right? That would be list on enum values down to dictionary v dot enum v dot name dot try get value value out which means I can do this, turn name. Then I can say string.empty, no reference exceptions. Tuple array. It's an array used to for the parse and get name methods. Parse a given name to a valid enum value. This is the name of the input string, the found value in the dictionary, the found value with the given name turns true if a value, if an enum value is found, false otherwise, gets the name of a specified enum value, the value to get the name of, turns the string equivalent of the enum value, which should work just fine. Represents a wrapped enum value. This is the type of the enum. And then this can be file header. There we go. Rename that down to enum wrapper. Enum wrapper. Enum wrapper. So that allows us an enum menu not to object onto string, but to wrap it The only way you would do it though is to make a special class for that would then, hold all the data. I'll just do like a public get, yeah, string array well, let's just say like a t array of gets values gets all non enums in a flags enum. An array of non-flag enums let's say enum values dot where first, okay, I'd say dot select first x dot enum dot where e or the enum let's say long e dot say long dot is pow2 long e object long dot to array yep dot select dot where dot to array yep right, and then in this data abstraction you can simply just go into data models, I suppose, right here, and you can just say like role.cs or just call it like role wrapper public class role wrapper enum wrapper role abstract class so we have role dot we have role dot user that will be user we have role dot admin which will be admin. And if the other one ever showed up, role dot staff, we'll say staff. And then I'm just doing a hair doc. Alright. Represents a wrapper for the role enum. So namespace data models. Could theoretically also say data abstraction, but okay. So what you can do with role wrapper is you can go into the enum menu, not the enum menu, the staff register menu, and instead of this, say role wrapper dot maybe I should make that like a static thing. Just better as static, to be fair. The idea is that you use static for that, but no, I don't think so. I think it has to be kind of like that. So then I'm just gonna say dot dots get enum values. So let's try it again. If I can spell. Yay. Let's try this time. Can I say e.cast? This is always a fun one, huh? Oh wait, I remember. Convert that to uint64. E. Because that does it generically. Forgot about that. Always one of those things I just forget about. Don't know why. Also, it's really warm. It's really starting to feel it now. It's just staff and staff. I don't know why it's still doing. Yeah, I guess just because they're the same. Yeah, it's just because they're the same. Not for any other reason. Listen, if I were to go into role and change that, it would work. Say I have, like, for example, a programmer, who knows, equals 1 bit shift 2. And you can say the programmer role with this role to files, for example, and I say admin or programmer, that will change it. Probably, right? And you won't see that anymore. Right, so if we say and in this case it's actually more specific. It's every single one that has a flag. Tired. Very tired. See, now it shows user and admin. Wowee. Don't know why it just shows user and admin though. That's a bit strange. Find everything that's of a power of 2. And well, that also is, so I don't know why that one's not showing up. Oh, probably because I didn't put it in the enum wrapper. In a role wrapper. Okay. Hey, there you go. See? Now, of course, this has to filter our user because I want to find all of them that are that have a flag. So maybe an enum wrapper. Public T-array. No flags would be get enum values dot where enum dot has flag. Or rather has flag, and then it'll be T flag, E dot has flag, flag. So yeah, it would be this dot enum values dot where's dot select enum dot where dot to array. So again, we have a dot select, a dot where, and a dot to array. Enums with a specified flag. The flag to values with all enum values with a specified flag. With a specified flag. Okay, then what you can do is instead of get enum values, has flag role dot staff. Oh wait. So now in theory Why would I get... not a don't has flag? Huh. No, it just gets everything that... UN64E and convert to UN64 flag is not equal to 0. Because what that was doing is basically getting the one that is the flag. Yeah, has flag is where you get the category enums, basically. I always get those mixed up. It's very strange. I mean, it's just weird shit, man. Like, fucking flag enums are weird, but I like them. Programmer and staff. And not equal to flag. And not a dot equals flag. Right? Because then you can say button, add staff member, admin and programmer. There we go. So now that works, and this would take you here, selects the admin. I can say, hello, sir. And then have some confirmation in the actual confirmation, possibly. But like, if it's still like admin 1 2 3 4. So when I enter it, it does not reset the thing. Because it's meant to recall. Alright. Something I gotta fix in the registration menu. See if I can get that to work. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that it gets extended if the fields are filled. Now what is fields filled? Maybe it just didn't meet that criteria. Hold on. What if I just went back, logged out, and said register, right? So I said like, hello, there, 1. Yeah, see here it also doesn't work. So that's because it's set once. That's why. That's why, yeah. How can I prevent the confirm from being there if I have them just set immediately? Oh, yeah, I don't know. Like, I know why it's happening. I know 100% why it's happening. But how do I fix it? Because if you the fields are filled, it should do this, but the problem is this is done once and not again. I need to have like some type of trigger. So the moment that this happens, I need to reset. Instead of being defined once, you can also have it be defined every time, but again, I find that kind of dumb because then you're like, you're getting the same, you're basically reconstructing it every time, which is bad for memory. So it's like, what are you gonna go for? You're gonna go for the confirm, being like absent until you decide that it should be there, which means you don't need any of that like validation, and the only thing you do is you don't turn it into an array, but you keep it as a list and then re-update the list every time. We're gonna do it differently. Yeah, it's not really gonna be a fixed size. So let's say in menu to change that back, shouldn't be all too hard. So instead of that array idea I had, let's get rid of the array. Then Control H, option array. Let's replace this with what we have, which is options. Yeah, so enter, 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 enter. No, I would say this needs to be in the getter. So it's whatever implementation options has plus because we want to also add this to the list. So it should be whenever you get it, that it gets this one plus what we added at the beginning. I don't know how that would work. So if I do this, of course there's going to be a lot of length that are wrong now, because it's now a list instead of an array. Because otherwise it'd be pretty hard to, like, you know, add stuff onto it. I don't really know how I would do it otherwise. Yeah, there's no return option now. No, I think every time you call it, which I guess would be in print menu. Yeah, you want to make sure that whatever implementation you had, question mark equals extend is the return option. No, because that's only the array. How did I do this before? I generally don't know. I don't know, man. I think because you do define it first, right? So most likely what I did was here I would say like I don't know, man. Right? The only issue is you wouldn't be able to extend it. So like I would need it to detect to add something. I guess you could make that another like abstract thing. Or just like a virtual or something. Something for it to add, if anything. So you can leave it empty if you don't want anything added. Which would mean it's probably better to have the menu option be... No, you can't give it to the constructor. So that would mean, yeah, it's just like an abstract thing. So like, I think the only way to solve it in that case is to do something here with abstract. Say protected abstract menu option. I guess it would be an action menu option, which would then appender gets action for you can also say oh yeah, wait. appends an option under self circumstances. Yeah, this would need to be right under the public stuff. So it's like here. So now, instead of doing this really wacky option setter, the list is just going to be this, and if necessary, the this.confirm right here. This manual thing is going to be in the protected override an option. We'll say if this field's filled, we say states this dot add and then have this just return this, shift tab. Okay. Appends the confirm option if the fields have been filled in. Yeah, but now everything needs to have a functionality, every single menu. Not sure if that's worth it. Yeah, I don't know if that's worth it. Because, appending the option, I don't think that would work. Because if I did that, all that would happen is that the property would just not update. So how would you do that? Right? Or, well, I mean, the only way you can do it is by telling the thing, yes, this should be virtual. Because that would mean that you have to resize the array in this one scenario where that's necessary. We can say list menu option current equals there's not options, and we'll just say we'll say current dot add, and that you would pass in as an argument, maybe. Like, you would say, like, for example, in here is a optional parameter, right? I can say, like, menu option append and then you can say, I guess, a private menu option, append option, make sure that's nullable, this dot append option equals append option, then a parent name for that, so the option to append me of an action default null by default, ignored by default. Right? Because that's optional, then it won't mess with anything. And I can just simply say current.add this dot append option if it is null, return. Otherwise, do this and say that this dot option array equals current dot to array. That's how I'm going to do it. And then there's some error here. Is that going to compile or is that going to crash? That won't compile, but I haven't added anything, I don't think. So, and then do base dot append option. Because then I can simply in here pass in append option, which is going to be the options. So append option is going to be no, but you can't. Oh, you can't do that because that's in the constructor. You can't put a main option in the constructor. I mean, maybe they made it static, but you can't make it static. So you can't do that. You can't do that. It's not possible. Then you might actually have to specify it. I guess you could just make a protected. There is a way. I could specify, for example, a protected virtual menu option, append option, and make sure this is nullable, and say this equals null. This has to be a get. Equals null for now. gets ignored by default. And it's not append. What was it? Append option. Otherwise it's not gonna. And then I can run this. In here. The contains of options. It's a record, so it would be compared by value. Okay. Append options shouldn't exist. We should just say protected override. Append option will be which was what, like confirm. I'm really trying to make this work, but it's really hard. It's not confirm. Gets the confirm to append after the I don't know what I'm doing. Why? Because it happens only in the registering account. Okay, here it seems to work, right? So like, and hello at layer 1. Yes, that's what I gotta remember to do. And the last one's always the return, so we gotta also make sure that the last one from the original also gets added to it. So, I mean, this is possible, but why would I do this to myself? I don't know. I don't know why I'm doing it to myself. Where's the virtual thing? It's in the methods, isn't it? So, we'll say menu option last equals option array up arrow 1 and then add last. I mean, it works, but it's dumb. You probably shouldn't do this at all. But it's a way to do it. So if you say this, and then this, and then it shows confirm, enter. Listen, it works, Is it worth it? I don't know. It would make this class a little more complicated. But I mean, it works somewhat, so I guess that's something. You could also argue, I guess, that the field's field is... I don't know. Listen, this is absurd what I'm doing right now. It's getting a bit ridiculous at this point. But yeah, that would mean that now the other one should also have that, no problem. So if I did admin, and I did this, shows this, what will show me the other one, right? So if I enter and it shows confirm, although I want to override it so that it doesn't actually set you to that user. So I need to override the confirm action. So let's make this actually protected over virtual. The only thing that I think would be required is this. So I think personally that I want to move this outside of that, or not. No, this is fine. This just needs to be this. I can make this return a boolean. So I could say this returns a bool. Say this returns false. This returns true. Right? If this not confirm action, I can then say well, no, then again, the only thing that's different here is that I don't think that's necessary. I'd rather say have this not be protected, have this still be private, but have a protected virtual menu option next option. In this case, it's going to be main menu. Main menu. So we'll just say menu, next menu, gets the next menu to move to. So I can just say this the next menu, right? Because then what I can do is in staff register menu, I can I could say protected override next menu is not based on next menu. It is going to be new this. This has to be. No, I don't know, because I don't think I want to move to a new menu. I think instead of that, it should be a thing of no, there should be a, I think, a protected virtual, right? So, okay, I think there should be a protected protected virtual next menu void next menu. We're just gonna say how the next menu will be activated. And then this will be new main menu. Right? Then all I have to do here is then I just have to say void next menu, and this will just be this. Inherit doc. Okay, cool. So this better place somewhere else though. And that would be right here. So now, if you make a new account, it's not gonna take you over to it. So do, but okay. Yep, and then you can just return to staff. Yep, and then manage staff logout. Yep, see? And that should have made a... Yeah, but then the question is what actually gets added there. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, no. It needs to be... To be fair, it needs to create a user in its own special way. Because, okay. Either way, this is irrelevant now, because that's impossible. So, the idea is yeah, I've just changed this. The input, asking for input. I think I can put this into its own method because this, I mean, it's its own thing, right? password. That's an easier one. I'd say then this right here. Right, and then I can say you could make this protected as well and say, hey, you can also make this protected, this string right here. Right. So then you can say, before I confirm action, say this dot confirm password bool true, or actually false, return true, not this dot confirm password, return. Something like that. Oh yeah, it's gonna think that a password is null now because we're just gonna put 2 exceptions to prevent that from happening. Okay. Because, yeah, the only thing I would need to do, I think, is make this virtual right here. And then the other thing, it gets the side for itself. So, I'd say have a not necessarily next menu. I think next menu is fine. You know, I think this is fine. Just doing this because I think it should be 2 different things, right? I mean, you're also adding the user. The only difference is the printing, but also the creation. There's a whole lot of things changing, so I personally think it just shouldn't be, because you would have to make so many small virtual methods, and it's like, at that point, it's just better to make a whole new method. And you also need to do this dot return no in that case. Which in that case, if that's the case, you might as well just say if this dot confirm password and then do these, do a tab there. If that's all it is. It's easier that way. Yeah, of course you're like also creating the one and whatever, but like you could do it, but what you would need is you would have to first specify the role, but also you still need to change that text, right? And also this you need to add on to. I just don't think it's worth it because there's so many small things that you are required to do. I'm probably just gonna share these instead of just making them only in here. This is a hard one, man. Because I think, okay, just the roll, fine. Yeah, that's doable. To be fair, it says visualization.add. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you can tell I'm getting tired because like I'm just like losing my shit now. Yeah, like I would say like this, for example, I would like extend. The strings, I feel like you should extend in some way. That's a lot of shit. There's a lot of small virtual things you would have to add, and I don't know if that's worth it. Because again, you need to do the role, you need to do this successfully message, you also need to do the preview prompt. So that's already like 3 things. I mean, you could do it. You could. You definitely could, but my question if that's worth it, you know? This also needs to go away. Also, the moving over to main menu is that's also a problem, obviously. So that means next menu, and you might want to have to disable that as well. So that's 4 virtual things. At what point does adding virtual things tell you maybe I should have just done this normally and not have extended it? Well, yeah, let's just do that. You know, let's just do it. So simply, okay. The next menu method, I would say, should still be here. That would be this dot move to next new main menu, right? And down here, just do this dot next menu. That's simple enough. Now we need the confirm message. Yeah, let's do that. So protected virtual string confirm message, which is going to be the confirm message was so confirm message, we can then add here this not confirm message next is the role. Protected virtual role user role role.user gets the role to set to the user print password. Okay, that means instead of role.user, it'd be this user role. Okay. And then, well, this I can just do here. That's not a problem. This user role. Account user.name. This the next menu. Okay, so I think that's all of the things. Then that would mean if I go into menu, snap register menu. Okay, next menu is already cut off. What else can I override? So we do confirm message. What was it here? Password of this user, this account, to confirm. This dot role, right? Registration. Protected override. Return option, user role. And that's going to be theoretically that's one of those things that I would say is better maybe as a constructor thing, because that's just a value. I think confirm message is a little longer, so maybe that one makes more sense as a property, but this might as well just be a fucking thing in a constructor. By default, it's depending on the constructor you use, you get a different thing. I think that, yeah, this would just be just a role. Yeah, I think. Well, I can't do that, because if I do that, it hasn't been decided yet. We don't know what this is. It's only known at a registration time, so yeah, the confirmation time. So that's not possible. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna do inherit doc for these. Doc. So no, I think these. Okay, well, confirm message can be technically in a constructor. That one doesn't necessarily have to be here per se, but user role definitely does. No clue if what I just did works at all, but probably should not follow a method. Oh. There we go. No clue if this works. Probably not. Okay. So you add admin. Having registration. And it brings you back here, and you can log out and then log in to Hilo which also can manage staff. Boom, it works. A bit overkill with the protected overrides. Again, I think this confirm message might as well be a constructor thing. This doesn't need to be known at runtime. This is just a compile time thing, so. Alright, well, no, it isn't. Because you need to know roll. Both of these cannot. You have to have them like this. Damn. Yeah, new roll wrapper done has flag rollout staff. I don't need a roll wrapper. I think that roll wrapper stuff was just kind of like, we're not gonna have that many fucking enums. In my opinion, so instead of this, we're gonna just say roll utils dot get values roll dot where are user logic dot is staff member no. What that would mean is that it's everything that or if you do R and roll.staff is not equal to 0 dot to array and that's basically doing everything here. So here we go again. I think I should also be specifying the yeah, I guess the method in which you're going to convert it to a name. So for a starter, it would also work for things like genres and such. So I'm gonna do this every time. Yeah, and R is not equal to roll.staff. Okay. See now, I'm a programmer. Now it already exists. Yep, there we go. So I think all this shit works. Cool. I just need to make like yeah, let me change that enum menu, because this is also gonna require a func string name getter. The getter used to get the name of an enum value. So be t enum string. There we go. And then this dot name getter name getter. That would also be a private func string or tenum string. Name getter. Or maybe you get a string array of names for the enums, and the thing you select then gets converted into an enum. Because then you don't need a fucking name getter, right? You wouldn't need a name getter. If this was just a string array. Only problem is then that this isn't gonna like it because it needs to be a tenum. But you would theoretically eliminate a name getter entirely. I don't know, man. I mean, you're either gonna do this or you can have you're gonna have another one that that inherits from this, and it's all the same. Only difference is that you have a name getter being specified as something abstract, and then you can do it of that specific. You can go very far with inheritance. Okay, you can go extremely far. It really just depends on what you're willing to do, you know. Yeah, but you can say func tenum string name getter. So name getter. Actually, to be fair, these are always the same, right? Looking at like what we do here. Sort of, because it's I mean, the only thing I would say you really need in this constructor is the page, because these will never, the prefix will never change, the objects will never change. Yeah, wait, this is never necessary. The only thing you ever need here is the same object, an enum menu. Add this. Add this the options. this dot prefix, add this dot name getter. Wait, not base. You don't need the name getter, you just need this. And then this dot name getter, add this dot name getter. New menu of tenum. Yeah, to be fair, I can just change the base, right? Because we don't. Yeah, why would I need this? I would just say page menu t add this, which then would be add this dot and then add this dot prefix, because those are never going to change. Just do add this, which is going to be the current instance of page menu t slash param well, it's because I can't use this, yeah. Okay, there we go. Simple enough. So it means in the enum menu, all I need to do is do that. Done. I mean, if that wasn't already set though, because the object is still the same. I think I would need to set those, right? Or I do. Apparently I have to set both of those. Get them. I wouldn't think I would need to, but alright. And then this would just be this and page. Oh, and then make sure you call name getter with object. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure that in page menu it's the correct method to override. Option size is useless now, so name getter create page. Here we go. I just say in page which means that would just be this, and that would also just be this. Or not even. because then enum works correctly. This we just need okay, now we need this, which would just be your string. Yep. Nope. Oh yeah, because now I obviously have to change this to, well, this would need to be at this, which is viewable menu T at this. This with only these. Rerun it again. Yep. Make sure it's big enough. Okay, seems to work. Nice. Holy shit, dude. A whole bunch of small methods. Yeah. Theoretically, in the setter, you can, yeah, if you were to change stuff around, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense. You would have to convert it into enums anyway, so. Not really a point. Oh, you know, I want the login menu to act as the register menu with its things. Which, to be fair, the only thing that requires is fields filled, yeah, fields filled and append option. That's basically it. Pretty sure. Or well, no, I think also the append new option. I mean, you could say no, it has to happen inside of the method. That's what makes it difficult. Yeah, you need a whole bunch of small things just to be able to get it to work. argument null exception that throw if null is not username. An argument null should not throw if null is not password. And then there we go, very simple. And then this, I'm gonna have to is null. Then I'm gonna need a protected override pen option. Yeah, based on a pen option. But we want menu option. Inherit doc. There we go. You can obviously also have a fields filled for that. That's by default, like in there or something like this, it would be like overriding it so that it's something else. In that case, you wouldn't need to have an append option because the append option could just be inside of the. Well, you wouldn't need to have the append new option be overridden. Which saves a little bit of code. Like the defaults. Like defaults. And then protected override. Just say if this dot fields build. Let's control X this based on a pending option. I may use a bit more. No clue. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that because I feel like that would make it a whole lot easier, more clear. So instead of a new option being virtual, say this is private. And what instead field fill by default is going to be false. So yep, and then we'll have then virtual fields build. Protective virtual. What would fuel. Indicating whether all fuels have been filled in and specified. So we'll never do it, right? Oh yeah, and that's because this is now private method. Meaning I now have to go down to the private stuff. Right here. That I don't need this at all. And then private override. Protected override. Which is this one should be inherit doc. For private. Belongs here, so here we go. And register menu, same deal. This is irrelevant now. And here, this should be override now. See if it works. Sort of. The password still says NA. Username is now just null because I guess I forgot to do that in the login menu as well. The password validation is a little weirder because you need to actually like change it. Right, so that works. Type in admin, and admin 1234, exclamation mark. Then you can confirm it. And you log in. You can log out. Register. Hello. Add there 1. Goes up, confirm. Hello, add there 1. Oh yeah. So we have hello. Both work. Log out. Wait a second. Okay, log out. That should not keep me on register menu. That should be stack false. Don't know why that was like that. Okay, let's see here. I'll add there 1. Firm hello add there 1. Right? Log out. Brings me here. Okay, that makes sense. So now let me do this. Right, so doesn't work for the staff register menu. This number was not equal to default. Strange. I mean, you would assume that it would work. Okay, why is this not working? This should be taken over, pretty much. This should just be added to it. If this not confirmed being an option, right? And it shows an admin, but it doesn't show up. So, why is that? There's the option center. This is register menu. What is the staff register menu then? Yep, we extend it. With this thing. Yep. Because it worked before. Why would it not? The role of admin is not the default. Not equal to role.none. Let's try this. Nope. For some reason it's not adding. That's fantastic. It's not default. It's there. And in theory, fields field should therefore be based off fields field, and this not role is not equal to role.none. Based off fields field is in register menu. The fields field, right? Is this is not equal to default, and this the password is not equal to default. So what? What? Okay, this is strange. Why is it being like this? Because the value is clearly set, right? Like, I'm not crazy in that. And in menu, it's gonna add it if it's not this stuff, or contains the option already. Well, it doesn't contain the option. Confirm shouldn't even be in there yet, so. And the stop pen option is null. Is the pen option null? Can't be, right? I don't think it is, but I'll do it just in case. Protected override. Pen option, based on pen option, exactly. And then inherit doc. Because it should just inherit that, you know? whatsoever. It's not. I don't get why that is. And I really wish I did. Okay, like, why would it not do that? Because register menu. Has the append option of confirm, right? Which would mean that it would activate this menu option. In the case that fields build is true. Which that, I know it works, and I extended it. So the boolean should be, I even made like super specific with that it can be rolled on none, so that's not the issue. Because like, okay, let me say console.read here, and then also console.writeLine is done. Console.writeLine is the fields build. Just visualize what the fuck is going on. False and empty. So type in admin. Right. Right. And then still false, which is fine. False. Okay. Now it works. Wait, so is it resetting the password? Because I changed absolutely nothing and somehow it works now. That is interesting. Okay. Yep. So, wait, okay. So, typing in this. That resets the password. Why does it do that? Okay, what? Alright, what in tarnation is making it reset the password? That is insane. Okay, then that's something to do with the thing itself. Right? So you have roll, right? You get roll. All this does is it moves to the next, right? And then moves back. I think it's because Because it doesn't add this to the stack, perhaps. Say this. Now this is something that I want to be able to change, so I would say so okay. Because then I can do, so you can say that the staff register menu would have that, followed by this whole thing. Okay. Guess you can say role array roles equals this nightmare. Nope. This right here. Okay. Yep. So that's that, maybe. Okay, now that I've set it to true, you can set it back to false. Something like that. I don't know, that might be the reason. That it's like not doing anything. Nope, it still isn't working. What the hell? Why is it such a pain in the ass? Why is this so fucking confusing? has to be something I'm missing. Well, I mean, it was saying that it was false because it was changing the password back to what it used to be. Okay, that makes me think though. So I did ABC. I did this. Why doesn't it just reset the password? So it doesn't save the password for some reason. But why? Because you put it in, right? Like that's done through get password, right? It sets the password to this. Then we jump out of it to a new menu to select something. And then the password all of a sudden goes to that. But why? Nothing here signifies that that would even happen. This is a kind of bullshit, isn't it? Why is this so confusing? I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss at this point. I think I'm just too tired to think anymore. Say I change the thing first, right? Okay, so say you changed this first, and then I did this, and I did that. Why is it just a password? What? I don't get it. Is it because I'm extending it? Because, okay. Well, no, because, like, the password itself is changed back to its default value. Because all I do in a menu, right, is I use the setter for the object, which sets it to that, and then I return. And return just sets it to, is running to false. So that has nothing to do with anything. I'm on the same menu, right? Because the one before it was this, and then you have this. So that's not the problem. What the hell? Can't be that. What the? I don't even know. My brain has given up. I don't know why I'm so stupid right now. This shouldn't be hard. This shouldn't be so hard. Why is it doing this? You know what? do... Okay, hold on. So if I say I did this, right? And I said the right line, this dot. Well, I can't because it's not in here. So it's gonna have to be afterwards, right? Oh, I see. It returns and sets password to null. The reason to why it does that is because that's what's required here. But we're using return. Yeah, so we're using return here. Because move to next does this. The enum menu. Okay. Right? Because the enum menu would. That's the wrong thing to click like. Because, okay, I think it's because the enum menu calls this dot return. But why would that? This return points to this return. So why would this return activate the other return? Well, that is what's happening. It's getting converted. There, like I bet if I go to staff register right now, just to prove that this is the problem, let's do protected override return. So instead of based on return, just can I do based on return? No, damn. No, it's not override it. Let's just remove it. Let's see what happens. Right, okay, I'm gonna remove it and we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna do the same thing. Right. Yeah. So the reason it does that is because it resets it when you call return, which is what happens when you leave the method. Right? Because when does this return get called here? It gets called in confirm, but that's... How many times does this get called? Match casing. Let's see here. So it gets called here. That's it. It just gets called in these places. But you're not calling confirm yet. The other is calling return. And the staff register menu, do Control H, nothing comes up. If I do that in enum, the only thing that comes up is this one. But this one doesn't refer to that one. So how would that interfere the other? There's some type of like mechanism here that I'm not following. Yeah, because this would set it to null. also want to reline here to know when this method gets called. Right? So I can do this. Right? And then if you do manage here, you can do this. It gets returned. So the value, the index is incorrect because it's activating return on the thing that has nothing to do with return. Unless, of course, somehow this one activates that. But again, how would it even do that? It's right when you click it. So that means there's something in here. When we're doing get a roll. And I think it's because it's trying to activate the wrong one. Okay, so it's trying to extend it with roll. Because the idea is that you override the options, so you can add another, which it does, but the amount is miscalculated. Right? That's what's happening. So obviously it's not done, right? So it would still be the same amount. Because it tries to get the length of option array. The option array is okay. So then if you were to remove it. Music register menu. I think I removed it. Wait. Because I want to see, like, if I just choose that one first, we'll also do that. I think so, because that's seemed to do. Yep. For some reason, I don't know why, the extend is not working. For the amount, anyway. It thinks that that's the same size. Why does it think that's the same size though? The option setter, it's these two on here, right? It's that register menu extends this with a new menu option, which clearly it is there. But does this base actually because remember, the array is only set here. But again, that shouldn't happen, no matter what, because that would have appended it. In either way, it wouldn't make sense, because that's correct, but how's the index calculated then? Because that's the option array, right? And getting it at an index option array dot action at the selected index, right? Which is set to 0, and then uses set index to set the index. I don't think this is happening. Because the thing is, it's working, but something is calling this not return. I don't know what. Can I see what's calling it before? Or like reflection or something? So instead of doing a here, can I do can I do this dot declaring method? There's something going on here. And I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I don't know where it's going wrong. I have this dot return because it needs to return, but that shouldn't mess with the other one. I tested it for it being like true. Now I just add that as like a thing in register menu. Bool add to stack equals true. Add the stack. stated to stack. So if I force that to say true, what would that say? Why? What calls that? I don't get it. It has nothing to do with add to stack. Is it because the enum menu doesn't add to stack? Make sure that equals true afterwards. I am so confused. I don't. How? Because, okay, it clearly calls return. Though if you do this, I'm going to show you why I can't just do this, because it's not going to return. Right? Because it just wouldn't return. See? And this I'm allowed to return to. So, okay, yeah. So if I say this, right? And I return staff, it still resets. Because the return. Okay, well then. Holy shit, I don't get it. Yeah, it has nothing to do with this. Nothing. It has to do with something. Is move to next. Okay, here it is. Move to next calls this dot return. So I have to say this dot return has to be overridden. And I have to override it to reset that. So to not have that happen. And in theory, I actually just think it should just be done somewhere else, because I don't think I should do it in the return. Because I only return in one place, don't I? Yeah, here, so Because if that's the case, right, then I can just say, yeah, because then I figured it out, because it was just like there, right? Stop doing that. Yeah, then you move it up once, and it gives you the confirm. I mean, I sort of like that system, but I also don't. Because it's an enforced confirm. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's bad. If it's better to just like say, hey, you haven't filled everything in yet. Fill everything in first before doing this, or to just not show it at all. I think not showing it at all is sort of better, but I'm like making so many jumps in logic that actually feels like it's not worth it. Plus, like I'm like recalculating it every time. Just append something onto it, right? Like that seems like a whole lot of steps that I'm taking for no reason. So yeah. Either way, the password being reset shouldn't happen. I shouldn't even have that like being overridden here. Should just add that to the end. But yeah, so I don't know. I think append option, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of it. I think it should just kind of be added to this. Now let's remove that. The field's filled, and you can have it. I'd rather just call it virtual though. And then go into menu and remove that as a whole. Menu option, goodbye. Just cleans up my code maze a whole lot because I'm not a fan of it, man. It feels like I'm making things more complicated than they need to be. Like just keep it an option array. Just load it in once into memory and then be done. That's all you really need to do. Just making it super complicated. For no reason in particular. This also should just be virtual. Summary / summary gets value indicating whether the fields have been filled in. And then the append option, unnecessary. So confirm has no references. What? That's weird. Don't know why confirm has almost have like no references whatsoever. Oh wait, yeah, because I removed yeah. Because of course I removed this, so now I gotta say new. Confirm. And then just be this.confirm. Now I've got it. Okay. I think that solves it. Might be a couple more. Yeah, it's just a simple error message, which is way easier. And if necessary, you can even just say, oh, just cross it out. Like that's something I can do. Like I can say like, yo, how to cross out text in C# with ANSI codes. Okay, so it's 001B, 1M, 9M, and then 29M. Okay. 9M, 29M. Yeah, that's what you can do, right? Like, you can go to confirm, and you can just say, like, this stuff field spelled question mark. Confirm otherwise. It would be backslash users 1B 9M. Confirm backslash user 1B 29M. Let's try it out. Oh, let's see what happens. Oh yeah, but now it's gonna think that the length is like off. Hold on, let me see in menu why that would happen. Because that should just in general, the size should be determined based on, okay, it should be split on based on backslash n, and then getting the maximum length. I think I should first select not char dot is control X. No, it's fine as it is, although the length prompt dot select x dot the not char dot is control X. Count. Nope. solve nothing. Because it means a lot of those have been already done. Now it's getting the max problem size, that's why. So it's in vertical line, yep. It's the pad right. Yeah, it's the X that you're putting in. X is get max problem size plus free. So yeah, that is the maximum length. Where X char dot is letter or digit. Char dot is letter or digit dot count. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, because if I can figure out how to like no, see that destroys it entirely. Well, why? The prompt is the thing itself. I guess you can do dot trim backslash u 001b. No, there's something there, because it doesn't consistently do the pad right. But the X should be the same for every single one. So I don't know why it would be. Wait, so why would it break like that? Right, because that's the padding is builder.toString. Pad right until it reaches value X. So clearly yeah, this is the problem, is the fact that it's dot trim, which is 1b. I think this is where the problem is. Right? But it's not. Yeah, because I'm doing trim, not please. I'm gonna have to do some, just as a test. So obviously this is not efficient, but I just want to test if this is the problem. Oh my god. Yes. But I'd rather count the amount that are wrong and say that's pad right plus plus the count, right? So count the non-ASCII characters basically. Non-letter or digit. X plus non-digit. Let's see what that will do. Not the thing you want. Charter is control. Probably not. Problem is that it's like no, that's valued